Additions or deletions on the agenda? Dustin's moving the agenda. Vote. I don't know how I'm supposed to see anything today.
That one worked.
That's, well, there's no votes happening up there. Les.
No, but they're behind us. Just, there you go.
Can we recess till 10:30 till staff gets?
It's carried down.
Okay, thank you. We have a request from Mr. Hawk to recess till 10:30 so staff can get their stuff in order. Minutes from last meeting. Keith is moving the minutes. Everybody read them? Good with them? Vote. It's carried. 5, Terrelyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is on page 11 is the Chief Administrative Officer report, and it starts on page 11. And do you have any questions?
Thank you. Shane?
He's mumbling, I can't hear him. Hang on. It had to do with our bylaw officer dealing with county roads complaints. I was just wondering. God, I just had it. My new computer, hang on.
See, there's not much different from the old computer.
Yeah, there, dealing under peace officer, dealing with complaints regarding the road protection bylaw.
Yep. So.
What type of complaints or what was going on there?
So there was individuals that were parking on count. So I don't know if there was a couple situations, but one for sure. There was fruit trucks parking in a place that they weren't on county-owned land that they weren't supposed to. So under the road protection bylaw, they need to remove those vehicles, and they did.
Okay. I was just curious on that one. And just for public works, I noticed we're still ongoing with the old Trans-Canada Highway paving project, just so staff, that we don't go cut the weeds on that road because it is still under contract. I mean, it's still under construction technically, and that we don't spray it either, that it's still contractor's responsibility. That's it.
Dustin?
I guess question for Public Works. With these road crossings with CP, did you make any headway with them? Because like where they've been doing these crossing repairs, they're terrible. Like you can't even cross them with a tractor anymore. They're so bad.
Yeah, through the chair. We sent some pictures and some emails over the last year, 3 occasions on some of the crossings, and they haven't been repaired. They've left piles of cold mix chunks right up against the edge of the road and some timber. So it's kind of a ongoing thing right now. People have been changing in the organization over the last 2 years that one email gets bumped back, and it's a bit of a struggle. So as far as getting things looked after, we're working on it with them.
Okay. Keith?
So, when I was reading through this stuff, we are responsible for the maintenance of those crossings, but not the rehabilitation of those crossings. Is that correct?
So there was orders from 100 years ago that, that have, in the past, CP was more open to fixing the crossings, but recently, they have shown that they want the municipality to provide most of the funding. And it's in closed session today as well, so I think that we can dive deeper in it at that time, because it's a multifaceted, because now CP is not just a Crown Corp, it has privately held company as well. So to talk about it in closed session, we would have maybe a more free-flowing discussion.
Any other questions or comments? Not, oh,
I just had one question under utilities for Desert Bloom on page, talking about that faulty valve. Was that just corroded shut, or is that an ongoing issue? Is that faulty valve, or what is that?
Through the chairs, it's a little bit of both. They sent the valve and pictures back to the supplier to get more feedback on that, but it's more corrosion at this point. But we're looking at the valve to make sure it's not a faulty.
So is that kind of like something that you're going to keep your eye on all the time?
Well, it's difficult to keep an eye on the valve itself, but it's just one thing that we'll be adding to an inspection. If we are going with the same one, increased inspection, maybe once a year kind of thing to monitor the corrosion.
anybody else? Not seeing any. Shane moved the CAO report. Vote. Carried. Reeve and council report. So I'll start out with, met with a few ratepayers, talking over a few things, roads and CFOs and all that stuff. We can talk about later on today. Cypress View, had a couple of meetings with them. Had some hiccups with the union there, so it took an extra meeting or two, but I think we got that under control. I think that's about it. Did I go? Should have wrote them. Well, they are written down at home on the notepad, so yeah, good spot to leave them. That's all I got right now. It's been a busy June and first part of July. Keith, go with you.
Okay, so in addition to council meetings, I took a phone call about the fire ban, and that was put in place, so that was dealt with. I took a phone call about declaring a state of emergency, and that's on the agenda, so we'll look after that. And I'm happy to report that the Jenner Fire Club hosted the Halo lunch thing, and we sold 550 burgers and raised $24,000. So we're pretty happy about that that little event. And the highlight was when the chairman of the board dropped in his personal helicopter. So I thought that was a nice touch to the lunch hour.
Thank you. Shane?
Just keep up in that Jenner area, if you sold 550 burgers, did everybody buy 10?
That's $48 a burger.
That's
Well,
great.
we had a lot of support from the wind farm and the solar farms. Everybody showed up.
That's great to hear.
And they did a safety day that day, so they let all their employees come to the hall for their burger. So it was pretty crowded.
Good.
So it was really a lot of fun.
Glad to hear. Good to see. Besides council meetings, we had a Ag Service Board meeting where talked about bringing it coming up, the ag disaster, agricultural state of disaster for the county. And we had to since the board members were busy Friday night of the Stampede for the award presentation for Farm Family of the Year, we nominated Lloyd to do the presentation, since he is a farmer, rancher, and so No, actually, we'll be bringing that up, well, the Reeve or the Deputy Reeve and up, because the 3 members of the board are gone that weekend, just the way it works out. So if either one of you would be available Friday night to do the presentation, we'd appreciate it.
This Friday?
No, Friday night of the Stampede.
Oh, the Stampede.
That'd be Friday the 29th or something like that.
Make sure you
28th.
make sure you eat your corn dog after the presentation so you don't spill mustard.
And dealing with some phone calls about roads, dust, grasshoppers. Just, yeah, like we've talked about before, the blading of the roads and the dust now really drifting on cattle with everything so dry. Pneumonia. And, no, that's about it.
Thank you. Dustin?
I was at the same ASB meeting, and we were really actually talking about making Lloyd doing it, because we figured that'd be great, because him being a farmer and all, and Richard or Dan, whoever's attending that, they'll be nice, and I'll write your speech for you too, because I won't be able to do it. So, on June 22nd, we had the SRSDC governance meeting, which is coming up and closed. There was some good conversation that came out of that. Fielded a few phone calls about the fire ban and with restrictions on burning, or on recreational fire pits, so had to do a lot of explaining there. But other than that, that's about it.
Michelle?
Since the last council meeting, I had a couple Cypress View meetings, as you had mentioned earlier. And I did get a few phone calls on the fire bans and stuff, but mine were kind of, really? We live in a hamlet and we can actually burn things now? So everybody's pretty stoked about that. And then I've basically been on grandma duty since then, till the other day.
Richard?
June 27th, went to Bow Island for Verge Economic Development meeting. Talked about numerous things, especially weather and crops. They were right in there. On the 28th, I went to a Community Futures AGM meeting. Dan was double booked, so I went and sat in for him so they would have quorum. And it was a good thing I was there because, yeah, they needed me there. Later on in the afternoon at 4 o'clock, I participated in the soil turning ceremony at Dunmore Equestrian Center. I'm looking at Anna, but there was a nice write-up in the news, in the Medicine News, and they were pretty good. They quoted my numbers that I had thrown out, that we'd spent over 600 grand on getting a water line and a road in there, and that we are always looking to see how we can help. And it is a great road, and it's nice for them to have potable water, because otherwise they couldn't build. So we've been there for them. I'm looking at this invite we got for Rotary Centennial Trail, a dedication ceremony, and I think it's important that we're there, one of us, Dan or I, or both of us, or whoever, council, because on that Rotary Centennial Trail, we contributed $200,000 to make that trail possible. Rotary had half, and we put the other half in, and then we did all the paperwork to get the city to sign off so we could build on top of the right-of-way that they were leasing from other people. It was complicated, and Ken knows about that one. He was involved, and it just didn't happen overnight. So I think that we should be there and just remind everybody that we were involved big time. Urban Library is coming along really good. I know John Roderman reported on last meeting, and I was gone, but it's looking good. It's coming together good. Once we get the association papers brought up to date for
for the Urban Regional there, or the Urban Association down there. We will look at some fundraising stuff. Blaine and I have been working with Blue Imp on some extras that we're gonna need out there, like simple things like garbage cans and maybe some more benches, and we got a picnic area. So it's coming along pretty good. It's hard to visualize right now with a job shack sitting there in the middle, but no, it's looking good, and we're pretty happy, and we're getting numerous pats on the back for the project, so. And that is about it. Oh, yeah, I went to the Mares and Reeves the week before that, I guess. Yeah, because Dan was double booked again. He does a lot of double booking, that boy. No, you're really, really busy, and I understand that. So Mares and Reeves had one of the biggest turnouts in Tabor that I've seen in a long time, and all the MLAs were there. Quite a few of them were, so we really learned a lot there. Darren Davidson was there, and he gave us some more updates on Highway 3, but also on the 515, the road that's down there by the Hutterites. And then he talked about the 41 South. They either have hired a consultant or are in the process of it, and they're talking it'll be in 3 phases to get that 41 done. So I don't know if Shane can add to that or not, but very productive meeting. Nice to have the MLAs there that they can actually listen to the concerns of what we've got. And, you know, most municipalities have the same thing, right? It's roads and all that stuff that goes along with it. So that's it for now.
Yeah, not overly busy. On the 22nd, I attended the CFO open house. I'd like to give a hats off to the staff. They had a wonderful presentation for anybody that wanted to come in. It was sad that we didn't have more come in and actually attend it, but it sounded like it was online and lots of surveys were filled out. So I guess we'll have some information for that later. 27th, with Shane Dustin said we had an ASB meeting. Beth, our economic development and rec coordinator, gave us a little report on her conference, ag conference in November. It sounds like that's coming along really good. There's going to be some really good speakers, and she's got some sponsorship levels that she's looking forward to filling. So she's doing an excellent job for the county in that position, I'd say. And Richard basically touched on what's going on in Irvine, and like he said, I've been also getting a few compliments on the building, so things are starting to be positive there, so looks good, and that's it.
Mine, besides attending the regular meetings with 3 other councilors, I attended the open house that we had here. It was good talking to all the staff, get to know, and I do wish more people had shown up then. The biggest thing was going to the Elkwater Community Association meeting last Sunday. Dylan, the new park manager, was there, and there was a lot of talk with the county and the parks about our fire crews and if we had an evacuation plan, and the marina came up again, and the bylaw came up, and so it was quite busy, and then a lot of phone calls and visitors about mostly our fire departments out there, and a few road dust complaints, but pretty minor.
So so when the park, did they say that the county's evacuation plan for Elkwater? Okay.
It was one of the executive that was asking, because they say there's no evacuation plan, and then I was saying, well, there's a big training session coming up, and that'll be covered, and the park didn't really comment.
So about 4 years ago, we encouraged the park to do an evacuation plan, and it's somewhat outdated and they need to work on it, but it's their evacuation plan. So there is one, like there's things in place that talk about like the caretakers, like when you go into the campsite, and I think it's all electronic now. I don't think there's anyone when you go to the kiosk anymore. So like there's those type of things that need to be, I'm just curious because the last time they wanted the county to do it, well, it's their evacuation plan, we'll assist in it, but I was just curious. 'Cause
Well, the one thing is Dylan is willing to meet with yourself there when you're available.
Richard?
I am also thinking back 4 or 5 years ago, if not longer, where we were encouraging the Parks Department to get a plan together so we knew how we could help. And one of the discussions was using, going out to the west if there's a fire at the entrance to the park through George and Judy Russell's place. And basically the escape route, the biggest part of it is on their land. And Parks Department was going to be contacting them and putting something into place if the road needed fixing up, because if there was inaccessible and trees, yeah. And haven't heard a thing, so I guess maybe on your next meeting out there, you can encourage the new guy to try and get that plan into place, because that is the only route out, right? But Mr. Russell, George and Judy Russell, they need to know what's going on too, right? And we need to know if all of a sudden that's the route that's going to be a few hundred or more vehicles heading out that direction, right? So, okay, good luck.
Shane?
Well, that's something that that lady down in the corner could actually put into paper that we really want the park to get on an evacuation plan, because it's very important, because the way it's turning, you get let's say an August long weekend and that park is full, and you get a lightning strike in midnight, and a fire comes over that hill, it's going to be ugly. If they have to do it sooner than later, because looking back at it, well, we should have did this, we should have did that when there's fatalities. It's too late. So I think we really got to push hard.
Any other questions or comments? Keith?
That emergency road to the west, is that a gravel trail or is that an actual road at this point?
Just a trail. Going through George's property, yeah.
Was gravel.
Was there gravel on it?
There was a grade to it, and there was a little bit of gravel, but that's, like, I'm talking 10 years ago or more. So, I mean, at that time, Carolyn, we even offered that we would go in and help them out. If they needed that road fixed up, that we would grade it for them and try and assist wherever we could, right? But because it's their property, they have to sign off, and for some reason, they're very slow at getting it done. So.
Matt Peter, haven't you? Lloyd.
I was just going to tell Keith, it's, and I forget the name of the campground at the far west end. It's the new one. No, it's the bottom one. Yeah, it's a new one that they put in when I used to work there. I can't remember the name, but the gate that's there is locked all the time. And then, so hopefully someone's got a key or a big truck. And it goes straight through and it comes out on the jackpot, right through their yard.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any. Michelle's moving the reports. Vote. That's carried. Is that other one phoning in today or coming online for 10:30? They are there?
So, Mr. Chairman, we'll need to move in closed session.
So are we ready for that, or do you want a break before we go in closed, or? We'll take a 5-minute break to get set up and then we'll go in close first, or when we come back.
Either, whatever, how it,
Okay.
you wish to.
Dustin's moving to go in closed. Vote. All right, everybody's here. Call the meeting back to order. And we're at 7.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agricultural state of disaster, it's on page 27. The recommended motion is that council declare a local state of agricultural disaster due to the compounding drought conditions that, and the impact of grasshoppers. Also direct administration to inform the federal and provincial ministers of agriculture of the declaration.
Keith. Okay, any comments on it?
Let me make a few comments.
Turn your mic on.
I brought this forward because I felt it was time to address the conditions, and I had a phone call about it. So, just a couple of my thoughts that I have considered in the last couple of weeks. We have a couple of maps in front of us. On page 30, we have a soil moisture map. If you'll look, our area is extremely low. On the next one, with the average daily mean temperature, we were extremely hot. And on the next one, with the precipitation, we had extremely low precipitation for the period in June. So I went back into, there's a government website that tells the rainfall and stuff on probably 150 weather stations in the province. Tide Lake, which is the one that I am the closest to, for the month of May, the normal precipitation for the month of May is 46 or 48 millimeters of rain, which equates to about 1.5 inches or a little better than 1.5 inches. The rainfall recorded in the month of May was 6.1 millimeters, which was just a hair over 1/4 inch, which is 14% of normal. Couple that with our high temperatures in May and June and the high winds. We have a situation where the native grass did not grow. The early grasses that normally grow between May 1st and June 15th didn't even really wake up. So they're still dormant. That translates into having to move our cows sooner if you're relying on native grass. We know that many pastures will not make the grazing season with the cows that are stocked on it now. I know of a pasture north of Oyen. Their cows are coming out with the bulls at the end of August. Possibly the same is going to happen in the county of Newell. There's nowhere for some of these cows to go except to market. That will translate into a bigger emergency next spring. The snowpack that we had did not translate into a good runoff. I think most of us around here can testify to the fact that we had some dugouts that filled, but we had no standing water when it was all over. It did not really build up soil moisture because we went to seed. We had a couple showers that worked really good to get the seed germinated, but it has not sustained growth in the crops. So baling green feed could be a real issue. There's a lot of crops around that are 6 inches high, 8 inches high, have headed out. I know the Hutterites up in Jenner silaged a bunch of stuff that was about 8 inches tall just to get some salvage. We've had no good spring rains. We've had showers, but that does not translate into a good general rain. So the showers don't cover large areas. When the showers pass, the wind picks up, the heat goes up, and that little bit of a shower is absorbed very quickly. We know that there is very little or no hay production on a lot of tame acre acres out in the country. Normally, hay probably close to 1,000 acres. This year we may hay about 100. The rest there just isn't the hay there. So we know that that's going to translate into a bit of a feed crunch. I think the thing that the dry weather has been accelerated by is grasshoppers. Some people have experienced a huge problem with grasshoppers. I know that problem exists from the north end of the county all the way to Milk River, as I've heard of people spraying thousands of acres for grasshoppers multiple times. So at this point, the soil moisture reserves are extremely low. When we look at the maps, we can see that north of Medicine Hat is quite a bit more than the south, but even in the south, I think they're experiencing the same thing. The average temperature in May and June was quite warm compared to normal. The rainfall, you look on the rainfall map, all the way from Lethbridge to almost Red Deer, east to Saskatchewan border, we're experiencing way less than normal precipitation. So for this reason, that's why I put this motion forward.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions or comments? Lloyd?
No, I was just going to say in our area, I talked with one rancher up on the bench. He's getting a quarter to half a bale an acre. And on the way in here, I stopped and talked to my neighbor who was on the road, and he's getting the same. And he was telling me he gets usually 2 bales an acre. So, and I know I have a huge place, but I'm not even baling it or cutting it this year. So, depends where you are, but we're pretty poor out there.
Shane?
Yeah, and for my area, I usually hay about 800 acres and I'm nothing. Grasshoppers, they're surviving on my trees right now because they ate the grass and ate the crop. So now they're on the trees and the flowers, and I swear to God, they're going to start eating the slab fence pretty soon. It is unreal the amount of grasshoppers I have, and I've never seen anything like it, and it gets depressing. And we are in a disaster, because if we got to start selling our cows, it's going to have a rippling effect down the years because we are at low numbers already. And it's not looking good.
Michelle?
Yeah, it's not any better in our area either. I was out, just in my yard, because I don't have a farm anymore, but I was in my yard cutting the grass on the 20th of June, the day before the first day of summer. The grass is all gone dormant. Don't even have to cut it anymore. And my trees are changing color. I'm assuming that's because there's no water.
Lloyd, are you going to be a positive one out of this bunch? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'll support this decision as well too, because like Shane said, there's going to be limited feed. I know in our country, crop insurance has started writing off crops. We've turned cattle into some crops now. That gives the farmer, you know, he's got his crop insurance, but as for the cow guy, if he has to sell the cows, you know, there's a problem with the income tax that'll reciprocate from doing that. So this will maybe make awareness to or higher government officials that they need to do something that for these cows to stay in, or these operations to stay in business going forward.
So if we declare this, do they not do something for that purpose? The government, if they have to sell their cows off, do they defer it for them? Or?
So what this does is bring awareness, and it spurs on programs like the deferred sale of like income, and that has happened in the past. But it's just for awareness. In the past, decade ago, it did have more standing, but now it is for awareness.
Okay. Robin?
Yeah, I was speaking with Paul McLaughlin here this last week, and he was commenting that he believes there's probably going to be a couple dozen other municipalities doing the same thing as well. I know last year we did it early because the year before Provincially, we took a little bit more time, and we ended up losing a lot of our hay to the Saskatchewan farmers. Not Saskatchewan, the Montana ranchers were buying up a lot of the hay and bringing it down south. So doing this early just gives us a bit of a head start provincially to have hopefully some kind of relief that could come from it.
Okay, any other comments? Not seeing any. I'll ask for the vote. That's carried. 7.2, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. IT asset disposal, it's on page 33. The recommended motion is council adopt a straight line depreciation rate for council-issued IT equipment and dispose of the IT assets at their depreciated value. The depreciated value is on page 34, and the Director of Corporate Services, do you have anything further to add?
I'll move it, but I have a question. So I'm looking at this chart and the depreciated remaining value on the assets, and that's for after a council term. If we didn't get re-elected back, that's what we would have to pay out, whatever that depreciated asset is at that time in order to keep the product, correct?
I would say it's, so we have the policy, and though these IT pieces are outside, I think it's general or common practice that if a councillor weren't to be reelected, that device would travel with them at the end of their term. But it's for those interim changeovers, like this year, the laptops that were deployed weren't quite the right tool, but we had to order them quick because there was a backlog. And so a few that weren't at the end of their life got replaced. So it's to address that. But does that answer the?
It does. So I think one thing I'd like to address here is I think we should maybe have a change in what council's IT end of the policy is then. Because in the past, what we used to do is at the start of every council term, you'd be issued a new computer or laptop or whatever it may be. And it depreciated out over that 4-year term. So at the end of the term, it would just go with the councillor at that time. So being as we didn't do that replacement now, and I'll speak of myself, for example, mine died a year into the new term. So now I'm going to have an asset that essentially I'll have to pay out at the end of my term if I don't run again, because it wasn't actually on the proper replacement schedule.
Unless you have a motion of council.
Yes. But what I'm trying to address here is we should go back to that other policy that every on the start of after an election, they get replaced, and at the end of that election cycle, that's where they're timed out at.
So the policy would state that council IT equipment coincides with the election schedule.
Yes. And I think that's the proper way to address it for us, because back when we did it that way before, it worked out and no one ever had to take and purchase a 4-year-old piece of equipment at that term, correct? And I think that makes a little bit more sense than how it's currently written, sort of thing. And we kind of got into it because at the beginning of this election cycle, a lot of us had working technology and we didn't replace it because it wasn't necessary. But as stuff dies and things age out, they work one day, they don't the next, and that's how it is. So we're getting into a point where there's going to be a remaining life of some of these at the end of a term. So it doesn't make sense to actually have it that way.
Michelle?
That was kind of my thinking too, is like, now we're 2 years into this new term and I just got a new computer. So if I don't get elected again, or if I don't run again in 2 years, I don't need the computer, do I? If I don't pay for it, can I just give it back to you?
Well, sure. And
But you can also too, as a motion of council prior to the next election, you guys would determine how you wish to proceed with that, because you can change your policy by a motion of council.
And so bringing this one forward, when we discussed it as administration, it was just there's today currently an asset that's not at the end of the life, and in all fairness, would council like to see that asset be disposed to that person that currently holds it at a value, at that depreciated value for fairness? And I don't think our intention was ever to, at end of term, was to ever have those assets paid for, but it was in those, if council requested an asset that wasn't at its end of a life, just to reflect that change, that there would be a cost come with with that ask, that's all.
Shane?
I just got a question, like, for Richard. I mean, if he leaves his briefcase with his computer on top of the roof of his car, drives away and drives over it, and it's broke, because he's getting old and losing his mind, does he have to pay for it, or what happens there? I'm just curious.
I mean, administration's view is that everyone is trying their best with county assets and respecting them with the respect they deserve. And if mistakes happen, they happen.
So there is a dum-dum clause. Robin?
I don't mind, replacement stuff and having conversation that way, but it does seem a little bit odd that we would have an asset that could potentially be transferred into a personal asset through paying off the depreciated value. Like, in any business, if an employee is gone, you return all the assets of the corporation back to the corporation. So, if we don't run, it goes back and it can be repurposed for whatever. But in the cases where it does go, like, I'm assuming that there's a protocol of wiping everything from it, because along with the asset is a tethered asset, like, licensing and things like that. It's not like, I would hope that a personal, or a corporate asset doesn't become a personal asset with a corporate license attached to it. That just seems, I would way rather see it stay as a corporate asset, go back in and be donated by the county versus it going to the councilors.
Dustin?
So historically, anytime a laptop's been replaced, you get to keep the old one, because essentially it's aged out infrastructure. And if I'm sure most of you are quite like what I am, and I don't need two of them, so anything personal gets done on them as well. So that was kind of the point behind it, is whenever they depreciate out at the end of a term, and like what we used to do it, it would go you kept that asset, and really the only corporate licensing that would on it would be like Microsoft Office, which is paid for once and it's done. So that'd be about it.
We're up to enough licenses that it's a corporate license, and you can keep adding ones on. There's a Microsoft 365 product. It's the offline version of the Microsoft things that I'm no expert in this field, but there's a one-time payment for getting installed on a unit, and then the 365, I believe, is a subscription.
But county assets are scrubbed.
Oh yeah,
County, so a computer, when it's not a useful computer anymore, or iPad or whatever, all the corporate information is scrubbed.
Yes. And then sorry, Mr. Chair, if the asset has useful life, we will take that asset and deploy it within the company to get those last remaining lives. And so the payment or this schedule, if somebody were to dispose of it, and we do have our disposal policy, so if it's at its end at the end of its life, it might be worth $100, but it's going to cost us $200 to sell it, or $200 administrative dollars worth of time to sell it. So disposing it at zero value is the savings, or donating it, that type of thing. But
So I guess we should move this as amended then, correct? And I don't know how to word that, because we want to change the actual lifespan of them from 5 down to 4.
So currently, the policy is that is effective of 4 years. The problem is that some of the units, so everybody got a new laptop, correct? And so some of the units were not purchased at the beginning of the 4 years. Some kept them on. So that's why I believe there's 3 units that still have a little life to them, or have a value to them. So my recommended motion is that the individuals that wish to keep, they'll be scrubbed, but keep their previous computer, get to do so, and that I think it's just over $1,000. Council decide if you want that individual to pay that out to keep that unit, or you would waive that $1,000 and change. Because I think there's 2 different values.
So I guess the question is that you're talking currently, correct? Like we're gonna scrub them tomorrow and you can buy them, or are we talking at the end of term?
Currently, because everybody got a new laptop, correct?
No, I got mine last year.
So I thought the direction,
Because essentially what we always did is we replaced on term, and we didn't do that.
and that's what the policy
And,
says.
and we didn't do that. So I know like mine lasted a year into the new term and the keyboard died. So now I'm gonna be a year behind on mine. Because that replacement didn't work, and Shane just got his, Michelle just got hers.
Richard got a new one.
I haven't picked mine up yet, but the new one.
Yeah, so essentially, they're all gonna have remaining life, like,
So to
because-
change that, we just go back at the end of, in October of '25, start fresh.
yeah. Because I was like, today, if you were to say you're gonna give me a new computer tomorrow, I'd be like, for one question, why? Because this one will last for the rest of it easy. And I wouldn't buy it because it's a year-old computer and I don't need it, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at here. It doesn't make sense. So I think essentially when this council term's up, that's where you just wipe her and then everything starts
And
fresh
it's
there.
fresh again. But the issue is that there's some, right, that some that would like, that got a new one, that still have a little value to their unit, and so that's the question.
But they should have got a new one at the beginning of the term, and then we wouldn't have this issue.
Because it's on the books of a value, then we need a motion of council to remove that.
We can do that closer to the election.
Well, not if they take so if they got a new one now and they want to take that, the other unit, to keep it personally, that needs to be in this fiscal year.
So essentially what they're saying is like, this computer of mine that's a year old, they'd replace this. Which I'm gonna say, no.
No, that's not what, no.
Well,
no,
but essentially that's what,
But that's what so who has value on the previous one that just got a new laptop?
There were a few laptops deployed, not to everyone, but there were a few deployed in 2021, and now they've been replaced in 2023. So that computer still has remaining life to it, but not everybody took that. Councillor Vossler's did not take a new laptop, but out of a need because that one reached its end of life, got an off-schedule replacement.
But it's the ones that just received a new unit that have their one that they had before, that's still in their possession. They would like to have that, they would like to acquire that unit, but there's still value on the books. So so we need a motion of council to remove that value off the books so they can do what they wish to do with it.
Yeah, because nobody has value on here, Terlin.
Nobody owes anything.
Mine is done.
There's no monetary value on any of our old computers. As of now, as of this sheet here.
For Ward 2 and Ward 3 and Ward 6.
Yeah, but they just got those in the last 2 years. 6 months, isn't it?
Yeah.
So in the last year, they've got those.
I did,
Yes.
You didn't get one?
no, this is the same one I got in 2021.
Then there'll be one that's getting deployed.
So what you're telling me, it's gonna come to me, you're taking this one, gonna give me another one, and I have to buy this one out, or what?
You don't have to buy it. If you'd like to, that's what, sorry, we should Scooby-Doo rewind, but that's, the idea here is that if someone would like to keep their old laptop, the ones that got deployed off schedule have value left, and this was just to represent the value remaining on it if somebody wanted to hold on to their previous.
But I have a question, how come they're replacing mine when it has three more years on it?
About 3 months ago, Terlin asked council if they would like there was some problems, commented the screen was too small, or a couple other comments that it wasn't the right asset for them. And there were, some of the councilors said, yeah, I would like a different asset or a different computer. And we had IT order and deploy those as they came. So some were replaced off schedule as per council's request for them, I
We're
guess.
basically replacing them all, is what you're saying.
No, just those that put their hand up for replacement.
Well, I don't remember me putting a replacement up. You didn't?
They're all off schedule now, yes.
You're not getting one.
So,
Well, it shouldn't be getting.
yeah, basically this computer here that I've had for 6 years has zero value to Cypress County. So if I go get my new one that I've been too lazy to go do, I can have this scrubbed and take this home and it's mine if I want to, because there's no value. And that's what happened every year with election year.
It's the ones, so it's the ones that were purchased 21 and newer that just received, or going to receive a new laptop. Because it was about, 3 months ago, several council wished that the unit that were being utilized, like was not meeting their needs. So then you guys shared with Steve, who shared with IT, who wanted those units.
So if I do this next week, the next time this comes out, Ward 5 will have an $1,100 value on there because I just picked up mine. That's basically what they're saying.
But my hope is at the end of the term that it's
Zeroed out.
zeroed out.
Okay. I think that's what you were aiming for, right?
That's what I'm referencing. As long as everything's zeroed out by the end of the term, that makes more sense to me.
Okay.
Because it's not our fault that we got off schedule,
No.
essentially.
Yeah, it's just easier just to have the new ones at first.
So does the motion remain the same, or does it need to change?
I would, if it were be to the case, I would suggest that motion remain the same and that we, for 2025, get back on schedule according to policy. This was an attempt to extend the life of those assets and maybe save a few bucks, but I would recommend staying with the original motion and go back on schedule for 25.
As long as it covers what we needed to cover.
Okay, we're good then with the way it's worded? Any questions on it? Vote.
I was having trouble.
Okay, that's carried. 7.3, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Community Foundation funding request. The recommended motion that council contributes $5,000 annually to the Cypress County Community Fund commencing January 24th, ending January of 28. And at a previous meeting, the Foundation of Southeast Alberta came in and gave a presentation and an update about the Cypress County Fund. At the presentation, they're requesting sustainable funding for the county fund, and a formal request was received, and it is before you for your consideration.
Thank you, Tarlin. Rochelle?
I think they do a lot of good work around the community, so I will make the motion that we contribute $5,000 yearly
For 5 years.
for 5 years.
Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any. Vote. Carried. 7.4, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. NRCB application amendment, Huttarian Brethren of Murray Lake. It's on page 41. The recommended motion that council direct administration to submit a letter of no concern to the NRCB. And there is substantial background information for your consideration.
Kayleen?
Yeah, so essentially the Huttarian Brethren of Murray Lake had made an application to the NRCB back in 2018, and the approval that they received at that time was only valid for a 5-year window, and they're now approaching that 5-year. So what this application is intended for the circulation, is a 5-year extension to allow for them to finish their construction. Some more recent applications that Murray Lake Colony has lodged. We've heard feedback that there is concerns with the roads. I think Range Road 64, Range Road 65 potentially that was having some issues. And in the past, we've written to the NRCB asking for Murray Lake Colony to enter into a road use agreement with the county to use Township 110 to get them onto the Provincial Highway 887. So to date, it doesn't sound like we've had any luck in getting that agreement signed. So our intention, provided that council provides the direction, would be to provide another letter to the NRCB and reinforce again that Murray Lake Colony needs to enter into the agreements with the county and that they're mandatory.
Yeah, I brought that up this morning with Kayleen, that's why she followed up on that for us. I wondered where the letter was in the letter. Can follow it up, there never was a road use agreement put in, even though we asked for it. So I think we need to word that letter strongly this time and say we need that road use agreement to save our roads. That 65, as Dustin knows. If we could just keep them off of that and get them going over the 110 over, it'd be saving a lot.
We come up with a little bit of a problem doing that though too, because once you take and force more traffic down that road, it's not that it's heavily populated on that road, but there's one resident, and I hear from them fairly often, for example, when they do use that road more frequently, it just kills them because they're right close to the road and there's nothing, it's just gravel past their place. And they said it's just, you can't, when they start hauling silage or things like that, you said you don't see for days. But so on that point too, almost, if we're in a road use agreement, that would be something we would oil in front of their place and they would end up paying for it. Would kind of be the way I would look at it.
That'd be part of the road use agreement, yeah. Yep. Keith?
So we want them to use Township Road 110 and they're using Range Road 65 instead?
Yep. It's the shortest way.
Oh, it's the shorter way.
And we've just spent a lot of money on that road, upgrading it and doing the dust control, and it took a few years to get that one through, so we don't want to hammer it out. Yeah, because it keeps getting hammered out.
So if a colony builds a new colony, aren't they responsible, like on this other borderland, to build a road that will sustain their traffic? Or is that our responsibility? And I'm just kind of unclear about that.
Kayleen?
So Borderland Colony is a really good example. The reason that we were able to tag it at that time is because they're applying for their housing. So if it's a feedlot operation that's under the control of NRCB, we don't have to issue any development permit for it. The NRCB covers it off. So the problem is that we really have no hammer to be able to drop to say, as a condition of your permit, you are required to do this. We don't have that in this circumstance. So that's where the trouble lies. Borderland Colony is a good example, though.
And we did make them do the road properly to handle that. Shane?
So just clarification when reading this. Do they want to build right on the road lots?
No. So the application from 2018, the NRCB also submitted a site plan for us to review the structures. And so what we'll also say is that as part of the review, they're required to meet any setbacks in our land use bylaw. And it'll be 40 meters from road center. If there was any sort of development on a county road allowance, it's under the jurisdiction of council, being under the care and control of the roads. So that request would come forward to you folks.
Making sure. Okay.
Any other questions or comments? I haven't even got a motion on this one yet. Dustin's doing it
What's your motion?
Presented.
as presented.
What is it?
Richard?
Submit the concerns of the road use agreement, no concern.
So it says amended.
As amended, yeah.
So I'm reading this. Operator has requested an amendment to an original 2018 approval to allow for the extension of construction until 2028. So if they're requesting that from NRCB, not us, right? Because back in those days, in 2018, we didn't have anything in there for a road use agreement.
We tried back then, but we didn't get anything.
We didn't get anywhere with it. But now we have, oh, you're saying unless it's housing, unless housing's included, there, we have nothing, there's nothing we can do about it. Okay.
Yeah, unless it's our development permit that we're issuing. But there was a scenario in the municipal services report. There was a 2020 NRCB application that I mentioned was canceled. And that was an application for an animal shelter expansion. And as part of that 2020 application, council at the time instructed us to write a letter of challenge, essentially to the NRCB, because NRCB came back to us and said, you're in care and custody of your own roads. We can't mandate road use agreements as part of an approval. This is separate from that. So there's a lot of background and there's a lot of different applications that Murray Lake has ongoing. But yeah, 2018, we wouldn't have provided comment on a road use at that time.
So any improved road work that should and eventually has to be done, it will definitely be at our expense then, because we cannot ask these guys to do a road use agreement because it's too late.
The way it is right now, we have to pay for it, but that's what the letter's gonna state, is we were asking them to enter into the road use agreement, so we don't have to pay for it.
Gotcha.
What's that? Well, if NRBC says that's part of the contract, then they have to enter into it. Part of their approval. That's why we're putting the letter in to try and get them to put it on the approval.
Do they have the jurisdiction to do that?
Eileen?
So that's where we kind of run into the issues, is because NRCB is going to come back and say this is the mandate of the county to enforce your roads. It's not our responsibility to do so. So if anything, the letter that we're going to send to the NRCB will be an awareness to Murray Lake Colony that, hey, we need this agreement to be signed. And we'll just keep on knocking on their door till they do it, I suppose.
They keep playing that role at one or the other.
Oh, for sure.
We get caught in the middle.
I'm just curious, like, have we tried to get a meeting with the colony and have this conversation? Maybe we should invite them to come and have a conversation with council or staff, sit down and say, hey, this is what we're looking at, and this is, you know, at this point, I think that the way that we're handling it is almost the way that we handle legal complaints, where it's like a letter and hoping for something, and, you know, council's going to send this out and expect that something's going to happen, but really it's a lob. It's a long shot, and it's a hope and a prayer, because they need to voluntarily enter into it, because we don't have it tied to anything that we can prevent them from doing anything with. Therefore, we need to sit down with them and say, hey, we're blowing out roads. We need to find a solution. I think it's going to happen diplomatically by sitting down versus trying to stiff arm them when we have no leverage.
So the only difference too is, so we don't have an enforcement mechanism under the land use bylaw, so we can't do any enforcement in that regard. But under the road protection bylaw, there is the requirement for road use agreements under that bylaw. And I believe that's enforced by the peace officer. So maybe that's a consideration also to take that route.
You're still talking enforcement, right? And you're going to get further on the preventative side by sitting down and saying, hey, we have a problem, we need to come up with a solution, or else enforcement's all that we're left with. And that, I know how that works too, where we have a small stick and an even a smaller bite, right? Like we're going to keep on talking about it. I think that we need to find a way to sit down and have a conversation with the colony and come up with a solution together for this.
Do you want to add that staff talk to the colony? Yep. Okay. Ken can deal with that. Any other questions on it? Vote.
How's the fire situation?
Yeah, that was the last word I said, but that's okay. All right, 7.5, Charlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Economic Development Micro Grant, it's on page 44. The recommended motion that council direct administration to apply for the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Municipal Economic Development Capacity Building Micro Grant. There is background information, and on page 46 is the criteria for the grant app. So administration is just asking for council's consideration to apply for that grant.
Richard?
Yes, I'll make the motion. No comment. Looks good. No comment, looks good. Yeah.
Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. 7.6, Charlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Labor Market Partnership grants. It's on page 50, that council direct administration to apply for the Labor Market Partnership Grant. And there's background information as well. And on page 52 is the criteria for that grant criteria.
Everybody jump on that. Blaine?
I'll make that motion, and I think it bodes well for our, for Beth going to find these grants for her conference.
Any other questions or comments? Vote. That's carried. 7.7, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recreation Trail presentation, Dunmore to the City of Medicine Hat. So previously there was a motion of council for administration to look into and research possibilities of the trail to continue from Dunmore to the City of Medicine Hat. And our Director of Public Works has worked with a consultant to find some conceptual ideas, and we would like to present that to you. And it's for this is just an update and for your information, and so further work will be done and presented in a future capital budget item.
Through the chair. So what's presented here is a summarized version of the study, and it included 3 options, 3 routes. And if you turn to the first page, the first one shows 2 routes in the first option, actually 3, but 2 main routes, which include going along the 120 and using the creek morphology, how it kind of bends around there, and then goes along the south side of the CPR rail track to the black and white and utilize that road crossing. The other option for this first one is to come out in the Dunmore subdivision on the south side of the highway, and it shows it going through the aggregate pits there, but also use that creek morphology and cross at number 1 on the rail crossing up on the bridge, and then along the highway and connect to trail linkage in the Southlands area structure plan when it's built out in the future. So a little bit, there's been some consultation with the City of Medicine Hat on where their trails are planned. They did address some connectivity to the neighboring municipality and some points that they were looking at in the future. So it's using some of that information. When those trails are going to be completed, we don't know at this stage. They're entering into a big study themselves on how to connect all parts of the city and the new areas of the city. So this option 1, like I said, looked at 2 options, but more or less connected the residential area in Hamlet to both sides of the number 1 in the City of Medicine Hat limits. They definitely have its challenges, one being private land it's shown on, one being the rail crossing, and one being the creek crossing, and working with Alberta Transportation if we're utilizing some of the road right away. So that kind of gives a general overview on that option. The next option 2 shows coming out of the south side of the highway there in the residential area and going along the south side of highway number 1. So similar to the South Boundary Road Rotary Trail, this one would be parallel with the highway, the road. So as you can see later on in here, there's a kind of an evaluation criteria the consultant used to put points to each trail, and if it's like meandering creek, if it's enjoyable, if it's running along a highway and there's safety risks, there was some scoring to that too, so I'll get into that a little further. So essentially this shows the connection points similar to the option 1. And if you turn to option 3, it's on the north side of the highway. So, I mean, there's service roads there right now on both sides. The idea is for a leisure trail is to be a leisure trail. So like I said, along South Boundary Road, it's very similar for option 2 and 3. South Boundary, it's parallel to the road. It's a separation for pedestrians and cyclists there. So 2 different trail aspects on the users, one being more leisure in a nature area and one being more convenient straight to the 2 municipalities. So this last page that shows some criteria, it showed the scoring criteria at the bottom. If it obviously had some things like rail crossing already in place or new infrastructure, that would be some negatives. So it did score option 1, the creek side, as the most preferred and desirable option. And this is conceptual, so this is looking at all options. There was an option 4, I took that out. That was more just following Township Road 120 and going out the black and white, just right beside the road. At this point, I took that one out. I didn't see that as a viable option, and it was twice as much cost as these options presented here. So I guess I open up to any questions at this stage, but the pros and cons are laid out there. Obviously, the CP rail is one of the issues. Crossing the creek, one of the issues. All these things cost or have big price tags when you deal with new infrastructure. So, or there could be a hybrid system, you know, a connection that we could look at in the future, but this is kind of looking at the overall conceptual at this point.
Thank you, Ken. Robin?
Thank you. I like the option 1. My question, I suppose, is definition of a trail. Are we talking asphalt as quoted right now? Because I think, you know, been spending quite a bit of time out in the Cypress Hills, and there's some pretty great trail networks between the hills, even out to Spruce Coulee and to Reeser, that are utilized, that aren't paved. You know, whether we look at it as a staged or a phased process, but I'm kind of curious as to what the price difference would be if we just went with like a road crush or a shale or a screening kind of a trail system. I don't think that, you know, option 1, as beautiful as it is, I don't see us plowing that in the winter time. So it's going to be seasonal most likely anyways. So just curious if there was any thought put into going asphaltless.
Through the chair. They use some guidelines for leisure trail in urban settings, so they do have a standard of a 3-meter wide paved trail. There is other parks trail design guidelines that show where they can have equestrian trails too. There's a combined use. So the study didn't quite get into it, but it identified that there's design guidelines to suit those needs. Like if we wanted to connect a trail to the new equestrian center, for the users. So part of the study is maybe getting some feedback from the public of what kind of trails they're desiring for the area. If it's connectivity, then it's commuting from this hamlet to the city. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does in a sense. I think that looking at the way that bikes are being made now, like unless you're using an actual road bike, where you've got the skinny tires and it's asphalt only, and I don't know that that's necessarily the style of bike that's going to be kind of swerving and going and doing a leisurely bike. We got a lot more of the mountain bike, the all-terrain, a ton of the e-bikes now. If we're talking e-bikes, asphalt it doesn't really play any impact on it because you just plow right through. But yeah, I never thought about the equestrian side, but yeah.
Jane?
So looking at your options 1 and 1.2 there, 1, you're going through existing gravel pits where you got truck traffic coming and going, and you're going to be driving over top of your asphalt pathway loaded and empty. You're going through agricultural land. How do you, because there's cattle in them areas, how do we protect the people from the cattle, and how do we protect the cattle from the people and the garbage and the crossings and at the fences and the garbage? That's where I got an issue with 1 and 1.2. Is that I know it's a nice walk along the creek, but there is livestock there.
Richard?
I think the goal when we said we would like the consultant to bring up some ideas was exactly what we have is these ideas. I think we should be taking some time on our own, come up with some more questions and then bring them back. But right now, there's just more things coming up as we talk, and definitely each counselor could have a list of, what they like and what the concerns were, and then we could work towards that direction. And I'm thinking we would have a public hearing before we do anything. And as I was just saying to Blaine, that the idea was that this would be federal money down the road, because we know there's grants out there that the federal government is doing. It's not something that maybe we'd have to add a bit to it, but I don't know where we're at, if it's something that we want a motion on, because my motion would be to receive for information and future consideration. And that gives me time, take this home, read it over, write down my thoughts, and then we could bring it back in a month or 2, if that would be okay with council.
Yeah, totally. This presentation was for an update to show that we're working on it, and that there's other options, and this is not it'll probably be more like a 2025 type of project. The first step to apply for grants is to have a conceptual design and have a budget and have goals and objectives. So this is just the first step to get to where we need to go to apply for grants.
Yep. We needed something for the shelf. Robin?
All right, this is going to be a zinger of a squirrel question, all right? But it does fall within kind of the scope of trails and pathways, and it also kind of falls under the realm of regional. But indulge me for a moment. If we're looking at doing federal grants, and we're talking about pathways between Dunmore, Medicine Hat, upwards of 5.3 million. And this is a zinger, but has there ever been any kind of conversation about where you've got, not Police Point, Echodale, you've got Redcliffe, you've got Cypress Hills, you've kind of, or not Cypress Hills, you've got Cypress County, like there's trail systems all throughout there. If we're talking about 3, 4, 5-year kind of a plans, would there ever be an interest in having a conversation about Transportation Canada, working with the river, and possibly doing like a type of a suspension bridge that would connect Redcliffe to Echodale? Because that would, like, it's a big price item for sure, but you know, you talk about opportunity, like you could almost create like a little destination space down there at Echodale where if it's big enough to even have golf carts go across, you can access the golf course, there's trails. It's something I've kind of thought about off and on for quite a while, but if we're talking about 25, 26, 27 and these kind of numbers and federal granting, just thought I'd throw it out there because the concept is interesting. Maybe it fits kind of within this conversation at a 50,000 foot level, to see kind of rough ideas as to what something like that could cost and if it's worth putting on a trajectory a decade out or something, but just thought I'd bring it up.
Ken and myself, we had a meeting with the city because they were doing a study and see how we would fit in there. At this time, they were doing their study on the trails and the condition of their trails independently, but I think that the door is always open for us to continue that conversation with them. But looking at perhaps that would be an ICF discussion as well too, to be one of the things to fit in there.
A little cheeky, but we could maybe run a potable water line underneath the bridge. We could access some different grant funding and that could open up a whole world of opportunity.
We just gotta get some of that federal money for buying out half of their water plant over there and the problem's solved. Tack on an extra 5 million for a bridge. Yep. Somebody slept in and had a good morning. Okay, we have a motion for receipt for information and bring back feedback at a further date.
Future consideration.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to put that on in the agenda of, like, for discussion in a future ICF meeting, is looking at
I think we should.
intermunicipal trails?
Well, this definitely connects the city and town and county. It's a final stage to go right from that side of Dunmore all the way to Redcliffe.
Because my understanding that 10 years ago, a decade ago, there was discussions started about everybody being connected, so it's just continuing that conversation.
Yep. Who's running that for, well, that's Kim, so Kim will put it on the ICF. Okay. That's part of the motion then, you're good with that, Richard?
Yes.
All right, any more questions?
Never say never.
Vote.
I like it, Robert. It's outside the box call. It'd be sweet if you could run a water line.
That's carried. 7.8, oh, we had one run away.
Do we want a break?
We'll take a 5-minute break. motion. 7.8, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. MDP public feedback results, it's on page 62. The recommend motion that council accept the MDP public feedback results report as information. It goes from page 62 to 68. Substantial information on the written results that were received. And Supervisor, do you have anything further to add?
I don't, but of course, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Overall, very surprised and pleased with the survey response that we got. There was a pretty good uptake of that. I haven't seen that in the past, so I think it goes without saying that it's important to people. But yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Excuse me.
Richard?
I'll make the motion to accept the plan, and I'm looking forward to some discussion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Recommend the motion.
Recommend a motion.
Yeah, they'll bring it back at a different time for,
That's the next one.
yeah. It's not this time.
No discussion on this one? Okay.
Well, no, you can ask anything you want about the stuff that came in. Any questions on it?
No, I just like a lot, read a lot of them concerns, and a lot of them made sense, concerns, all the comments. I agree with a lot of them. But it's nice to see that we had quite a few responses.
Michelle?
Yeah, that's all I wanted to comment on. I was very impressed when I saw that 75 respondents to the survey, considering I was here at the open house and there was staff and us and we had a wonderful evening, but I'm glad to see that somebody's participating.
Any other comments? Vote. It's carried. Unfinished business, 8.1, Darlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Municipal Development Plan, Council Direction. So it starts on page 69 and follows till page 79. The recommended motion is that council uphold bylaw 2021-24, the MDP, and take no further action. On page 71, alternative motions, the council directs administration accordingly. 2, the council direct administration to bring back amended bylaw concerning section 4, land use policies, confined feeding operations, locations, and map 8 of the bylaw 2021-24 municipal development plan.
Okay, so I'm just going to explain this quick. When we did the, for yous that came to the open house, there is a bunch of maps in here, and actually, I think it was Dan Holfer that pointed out and said, hey, what are all these excluded areas? So Kayleen and I started looking into it. And we were actually asking the questions, what are those? Like, why are they on there? So we went through, or Kayleen went through and did some work on it and brought back the exclusion areas. Kayleen, do you want to go with it?
Yeah, and I think that was pointed out by council also, that the existing map 8 that we have in the MDP, it's the map that we have with kind of the ballooned areas surrounding the hamlets and multi-parcels. And we come to find out afterwards as well that we also earmarked environmentally sensitive areas in that map also. So what we had Dale, our GIS tech, do is a revised map, which is the one that you see on the top here titled Revised 1 CFO 3.2 kilometer exclusion districts. And so what that does is it, I think, better captures the specific areas that are impacted by that exclusion zone. When we look at the map 8 that's in the MDP right now, it takes a whole irrigation district out. And so it does look like it's impacting far more land than what it is. So that's map 1. And then the map 2 is a kind of, I guess, just random 2.3 kilometer exclusion area. And just to show council kind of how it's impacted in the overall great picture. The dark hashed line that you see surrounding the city, that is the tri-area IDP, and that's its own exclusion zone. So within that dash boundary, there's no CFOs permitted under the IDP. So this would deal essentially with everything on the outskirts of those borders. So, yeah, I'm happy to take any questions that there may be, if there's any questions on the map, but it's very much just for information purposes. And if we do get into an MDP amendment, then we'll look at making amendments to the map so that it's better displayed for the public as well. Yeah, and in those maps that we have right now, we really started from scratch from what we had in the previous MDP. There was little to no mapping. And so our GIS TIC did a huge amount of work in trying to bring all of this data in. And some of the maps we tried to condense and put multiple features of data on one map, and that's not always the best way. So sometimes simple is better. So we may look to do an amendment such as this.
So it's on page 79 that first map's on. That's Richard was trying to figure it out here. So if you see all the circles on 79, those are the ones that we cleaned up and took out, just for reference.
It is much better.
Yep. Yeah, you see what we're talking about, like? There you go. So if you look under Walsh there, there's that exclusion. And then over to the 41, there's 2 exclusion spots there. We couldn't figure out what they were for, but they were just for wetlands. I do believe that's what they classified them as, right?
Yeah, the province, I think, classified wetlands down in that area. That data we took right from the province.
So this new map is cleaned up and gets all that stuff out so you really understand what's there and what's not there. Dustin, you had your hand up? Shane's back.
So I guess one question before I make a motion here. When we were looking at the original change to the MDP, we were just changing that one word from should or shall not to should not, correct? Okay, that's my motion, to continue with that.
So you still keep it at the 3.2, but you're changing the
Yeah.
word.
And I think we're good to keep it that 3.2 because that still makes them come to us to have I guess not an amendment, but they have to have, I'm trying to think of the proper wording here. They have to come to us to take and get a setback relaxation to what our current MDP says. So anytime that someone wanted to do that, would have to change or want to change or do a CFO within the exclusion area, it would have to come before council. So I feel as though doing that still gives us a leg to stand on where we have a right to say yes or no on a case-by-case basis, but it doesn't shut it down completely. And I think that's what we originally wanted when we came up with it, is to have that option to say, no, this isn't a good fit, or yes, due to circumstances that are, whatever may be, that's how we can take and allow this. So I would like to move that amendment.
Robin?
So, Councillor Vossler, just a quick question for you, because I understand where you're going with it. My concern is that we then are putting ourselves in the position of the NRCB from choosing what's appropriate and what's not, which means that if there's issues down the road, are we then in a position where we're going to be the ones trying to enforce conditions? So I've always been a fan of the NRCB managing this because they have such an extensive matrix, depending on the size, the quantity, right? I'm assuming, because I haven't ever set something like this up, but I assume that there are environmental restrictions and, considerations and, where water can flow through and then into bodies of water and things like that. I would hate for that enforcement to fall on the county. And I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I do think that this is what we wanted, but it's created different results. Like we don't want to, I don't think that we want to be the ones that are enforcing all this stuff. We just want to make sure that we still have a say, unlike the situation with the colony right now where we're looking at road use agreements and things like that. We want to make sure that we have the ability to kind of interject on those things. And I just want to be careful that we don't end up becoming the enforcement wing where we're getting complaints and phone calls to staff, because then we're going to have issues that way too. So,
And to what, all we are doing in this is a setback relaxation. So the 3.2 kilometers that the county has in its MDP is actually higher than what the NRCB's sliding scale regulation would ever have. So the way the NRCB operates is they have a sliding scale, and it's all dependent on lay of the land and animal footprint and whatnot to what the actual offset from a CFO to a residential property or a hamlet or whatever it may be. That's still all under their regulation. Their regulations cover off drainage, they cover off animal units, they cover off waste disposal. That's nothing that we're covering here. The only thing that we're changing here compared to what we had before is the ability to operate a CFO within that 3.2 kilometer setback on approval of council. So
It still might not be approved by the NRB.
it's still, yeah, and it still falls to the NRCB. If it doesn't fall within their conditions, they can still reject it at that point.
So if I can add to that, my understanding to this with Cody is there's no sense for him even applying for it because of the way the LUB is. It's a no. But by changing this wording and what Dustin says, and it gives him the chance to apply, because we can say, okay, if you agree with it, we agree with it. But it also puts the pressure on us that now all of a sudden the NRBC was the one that was in there saying no because they're following what we put out there. Now it puts us in the middle that we could have the neighbor across the street mad at us because we said okay to that, and they think that we're not taking in their opinions into consideration either, because we're becoming part of that equation now, where we aren't part of the equation the way it's set up right now. That's one of the
And I don't
downfalls
think it
I see
does.
in the long run.
And we'll talk in Cody's case, I don't think it does because of the zonings. It wouldn't be, there wouldn't be any effect between neighbor to neighbor there. Really, his problem is his 2.8 kilometer separation from the hamlet of 7 persons is his problem with the NRCB. Now, if he was next to a multi-parcel subdivision, that's a different story. And that's where I find where I feel like it's more of a case-by-case basis thing that we have to go on. Because to me, being 2.8 kilometers northwest of 7 persons isn't a problem to me. But if he was 2.8 kilometers away on the west side of Desert Bloom, well, I might have a little bit of a different opinion. So that's where we really have to have that case-by-case basis. And right now, we have nothing. We just say no. So we kind of hamper that road of agriculture that by this change in the LUB that we did.
Shane?
And I agree with Dustin. I mean, all we're changing is that we'd have the ability to change the distance. If you look at that first map, even up by Schuler there, you'd block somebody from putting one on the west side of the Highway 41, way out there. You know, which we should have the ability to say, no, that would be okay, because you're, way out and quite a ways away. It's just the ability just to change, and we're not making the NRB regulations of, looking after the drainage, the manure piles, that's still, all that, all we're having the ability, and then we get to have an open house on these proposals.
The other thing you got to remember, it's not just for CFOs. when we change this and change the wording, it's for hog barns, it's for chicken barns, it's for sheep farms, it's for everything across the board, not windmills. No, anything to do with NRBC.
So it's CFOs, and all of those are, everything you name there is a CFO. So, and,
People aren't looking at it that way, they're just thinking cattle.
yeah, but a CFO is everything.
Yes.
So, and that's where it's good on a case-by-case basis, because am I gonna say you can put a hog barn within 2 kilometers of a hamlet? Probably not, even though there's been many in the past, but that's regardless. In the case of cattle, or even I'll say chickens, there's things where, you gotta get the detailing, and you gotta understand the lay of the land and the topography of what's going on, because sometimes, even though it seems close, it's really not, the way the lay of the land works. There's hills in the way, there's coulees in the way, there's obstructions that can hamper noise, hamper sound, hamper smell. There's lots of different variables that we can look at when it comes to this, and that's where the ability to actually handle that on a case-by-case basis is great, where right now there's no opportunity for that.
Keith?
So my question, my question is, as I think about this, by changing this and just having the ability to weigh in on the situation, are we opening ourselves up for liability, or somebody suing us because they're unhappy with our decision because we said yes to one project and no to another? I'm just throwing that out there because we're looking at this specific situation, but down the road there'll be other situations that maybe aren't so clear cut in our mind. And I'm just wondering, is this something that anybody else has thought of? Or is it just my own phobia?
No, I'm gonna direct that one to Sarah Lynn, because I have no idea.
So any changes or like amendments that you propose for the public hearing process, we would run it through legal and get their advice on it. And that would be one of the things that, if it's an kind of open-ended, we'd ask where it would put us in for liability's sake. And that would be one of the questions for sure. I can't answer that for you today, but that's how administratively we would ensure that any amendment changes do not put we have measures in place to mitigate it.
That'll be part of the next process coming. Robin?
Keith, with this for here, it's simply, we had an amendment that was made to our municipal development plan. We had an application or a rancher that posed a question that made us question whether or not what we did had an unintended consequence. It's not like we've stifled anybody else's development. Nobody else has come forward, and we're looking at it and going, okay, like this, we know why we put it in, but we didn't mean for it to stop development. Like I look at this purely from a standpoint of, as we have hotter and hotter and drier, and we're going through drought right now, like we need more irrigation. I think we need to have more efficient ways of feeding cattle and finishing and all these other things. We need to be more and more creative. Like NRCB still, and the way that you guys explained it is good, because it helps me to understand that they still have that role where if somebody comes in and wants to do a hog barn, they have the ability to look at it, and it gives the setbacks and everything that, hog barns, for example, might actually have a bigger setback than what we put in with the 3.2 based on the NRCB. But if it's a 700 head, feeding for calves in the fall and spring, it may not have any kind of impact. And that's where, if this is just allowing us to come in and go, okay, yeah, the NRCB has it, but as a part of us doing a change to conditions, we want to see a road use agreement, for example, or something like that, which I believe was the intent of having this in there, is it's a hook that allows us to have a say before it gets approved through the county. That's the original idea, right? And so as long as that NRCB piece is still there, I don't see how this would have an impact on us from a liability standpoint, because for us to fear a liable position now, we would have been fearing it when we did the amendment the last time. Like, we are the ones that create the bylaws, and when a bylaw is changed by council, it's just a new law from that day. And so I don't see it as an issue. So yeah, I'll support the should versus the shall change.
Richard first.
So here's my concerns when this application, this feedlot was first brought forward and talked about. One of my questions was, what about the neighbors? And the conversation went, well, yeah, there's an acreage across the road, but that's not our problem. Acreage owners have to be aware of the fact if they build out in the country, anything can happen. And I struggle with that issue. I'm thinking, no, we have to also work with those same people. They have rights, just like everybody else does. So now it's turned out to the fact that actually this man is not really an acreage owner because he has 80 acres of land, so he's a farmer. So we're thinking about giving council more power to look at things individually. I'm okay with that, but the idea that an acreage owner, because he's moved out in the country, you give up that right of what can be built around you? You know what I mean? I struggle with that part of it. What if that fellow, that person across the road, not that fellow, but that person across the road is a farmer that happened to build close to the road and all his buildings, but maybe he doesn't want a confined feeding operation across the road from him, right? Like, so council's going to make this decision then? Like, I just struggle with it, and as long as we stay open-minded on it, because acreage owners, they pay their taxes. They are just as good a citizens as everybody else. And I understand that we want to put agriculture as our priority. But a lot of those people have jobs in the agricultural business. This person in particular across the road does crop spraying. He flies out of Bow Island. Besides, he has another job as a pilot. Like, I just want us to be cautious of where we're going with this. Okay, because there is repercussions for everything that we do.
I got to go with Shane first, then Robin, and then Dustin.
I know what you're saying, Richard, but this year in particular even, there could be a big influence of cows coming into these irrigation land, where people will be bringing their cattle to the feed instead of trying to take the feed out. So all of a sudden that quarter bay beside your house that was empty for all these years can end up with 1,000 head of cows on it this winter. Yeah. Because the feed is there and that's where the cattle may be coming. And we can't stop that because that's just backgrounding feeding. But the acreage owners, the people may not like it, but you can't stop it because they're just utilizing the land. It's not confined there. They're using the whole quarter. It's not a confined feeding operations. A lot of them are that they finish the cattle, that they're operating 12 months of the year. You got to really look into the operation. Is it backgrounding? That's only part-time of the year. So that's, I'm just saying, we could get a bunch of phone calls this year because I'm even asking people if I could bring my cows over, because I have nothing at my place. So there might be a big influence of cattle coming onto these fields and being fed there all winter.
And that's part of the circumstances that we were just discussing. Everything can change over time. I forget. Robin and then Dustin.
Just responding to Richard's concern, the NRCB, when I went through, as we were doing the greenhouse with Rubens back in the day, and I was fiddling around with the calculator that the NRCB has, it doesn't just give you the setbacks depending on the operation, it also gives you the radius of signatures that you need from the neighbors. And so if you don't have neighbors if you have neighbors within a certain range, you have to get their sign off in order to get it on. And depending on, again, all of the different things within that operation, it determines, again, what that radius is, who needs to be on board with it. it was one of the reasons why I liked that calculator so much during that greenhouse conversation, because that was part of the issue, is that you had people within proximity that had issues with it. And so as long as the NRCB process is still there, I don't think that you have anything to worry about with that, because it seemed like they had that covered. I liked the fact that, you know, somebody could, if they didn't want it, I know there was some other operations over by the 120 there where, you know, you had neighbors that maybe bought a place and had already signed on, or the previous people had, then that's a different situation. But in a case like this, if you've got neighbors that have to sign on to you doing your expansion, I think that that's already covered.
Dustin?
I guess my comment, and I'm looking at more of the overarching thing other than just this, who brought it forward, because I think altogether it needs to be changed, just not because of this one circumstance. But I feel even on the, where you're speaking about, Richard, about Cody's thing that he brought up, when it comes down to the NRCB, they have so much more stipulations and guidelines than what he's actually currently required to follow. So even as the current operation that they're running, which is classified as a seasonal bedding ground because of its size, they have to actually fall, when he goes and he steps up to this NRCB level playing field, he has a whole new set of regulations he has to follow that currently he doesn't have to. So if anything, he's subjecting himself to a different set of regulations just to become in compliance so that he can expand. I think it's actually better him doing that than what he's currently doing. Because right now, as a seasonal bedding ground, the only thing you have to fall under is your animal mass units that are allowed on a quarter section, and that's it. And they can do anything they want besides that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to change the wording to, what was it? Should.
Which number was that?
Can I ask a question?
Well, 1.7,
No,
4.16.
yeah.
Okay, so 4.16, the county says should not support, and we're going to change that to,
So the section that we'll actually be amending is 4.14. The county shall direct new confined feeding operations to locate only in those areas as appropriate in map 8. So it's 4.1.14 that we'll be changing.
okay.
Well, I'm glad I asked that question.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too, because we were all wrong.
Yeah, the county should, and what that'll essentially do is it'll take the mandatory portion out of it, and it'll give the NRCB more flexibility to make those decisions. So right now with the wording that it is, the NRCB has no option but to not approve it. And then the applicant would have to go through the board review at the NRCB. That would be their mechanism to take it to another level with the wording that it currently is.
Okay. Clear on that? Everybody's clear? Clear as the CFO that's filling it up? CFO. That was a close one, eh?
That was close.
Okay, vote. That's carried.
Is everyone aware of the process? So like the next steps, is everybody like with, so Kayleen, do you want to go over like, so when like first reading, public hearing, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so we've already done the public consultation aspect of it by having our open house and survey. So what we'll do is we'll draft the amendments. We'll make some amendments to the maps that are in there also. We'll bring them forward for first reading of the bylaw. We'll advertise for public hearing, and then council can contemplate second and third at that point also. Probably what we will do also is as part of the circulation for the hearing, we'll also include NRCB in on that circulation also, and give the NRCB the opportunity to review as well.
Do you have timelines?
sooner than later. So we'll probably have it first reading. I'm going to say either, I don't know if July 18th is too soon. Becky might punch me. If not, latest August, first meeting in August, we'll have it on for first reading.
So there's only one meeting in August, so the 22nd.
20th of August.
So
So we'll shoot for the
that'll
next
give-
July meeting.
Yeah, so yeah, first reading on the 18th, and then public hearing on the 22nd
Of August.
And then second and third consideration would be at that meeting, or you would wait till the next.
We can do it.
You can do it? How come your bothering lip is quivering a little, Becky?
Yeah.
All right, 8.2, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Multi-use building options, 7 persons, page 80. So it goes, the information is from page 80 to 85. The recommended motion that council direct administration to authorize a change order in the amount of $111,427 for the construction of a cement multi-use building in the hamlet of 7 persons. So this was discussed at the last council meeting, looking at options for a stick built or the cement one. And administration is recommending to go forth with the cement one. The 111 still meets our budget requirements.
Michelle?
Yeah, I really like the whole concept of the cement building over the stick built, so I'll move this.
Any questions or comments? Not seeing any? Vote. Oh, you got something there. Too late.
No, I was just gonna thank staff for thinking outside the box and bringing this to us.
Shane's giving a compliment, so we will stop for that. Okay, vote. That's carried. All right, we need to go back into closed. Lloyd is making the motion to go in closed. Vote.